Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I call the Committee of Supply, Section A, back to order. We are meeting today to considering the budget estimates of the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chair. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $220,818,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship Ministry operations to the 31st of March 2026.
Thank you, Minister. Chair recognizes the member from Boundaries and Milkameen.
Thank you for the detailed answer before we adjourn for lunch there. I will leave the rest of those questions to be responded in writing. I don't think there's a real benefit in just reading in numbers. I wasn't able to transcribe them fast enough for it to be meaningful. And I was also looking for a bit of a regional breakdown as well. So we didn't get into the regions and how that funding is dispersed. There was another, 10 or 12 questions there that I will wait for the written responses on. And I will read them in at the end if it's necessary, but I think there's a process for me to submit those again. I wanted to move into water. Obviously, it's the first thing in the ministry, so we'll start there, and I appreciate the staff that's joined us. I want to talk a little bit about licensing and groundwater registration to start. I'm curious on how many water licenses were issued in the 24-25 season and how many we expect are going to be processed this year.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and thank you to the MLA from Boundaries to Milkameen. I read those numbers in a confusing way, so I apologize, and we will get those to you quickly. In terms of the question you just asked, in 2024, there were 514 water license applications received by the province. 213 application decisions were made that resulted in the issuance of new water licenses. 10 license refusal decisions were made. That was in 2024. In 2025, so far, 132 water license applications have been received as of April 28th of this year. We project that between 500 and 550 applications may be received by the end of 2025. 53 application decisions have been made as of April 28th of this year that resulted in the issuance of new water licenses. We project between 200 and 230 new water licenses may be issued by the end of 2025. And so far this year, there have been 3 license refusal decisions.
Boundaries and Milkameen.
Going with the first number for 2024, you said 514 applications, 213 processed. What's the difference? Is that ones that are in backlog that didn't meet requirements or were denied?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your question. Of the 213 applications that were resulted in the issuance of new water licenses in 2024, how we make those decisions is we search for the priority water licenses, for example, ones that support human health and safety, or if they're related to homes or home building, or key priorities as well for the province. They may be either in the backlog or new applications, but the ones that we don't get to, so the 514 that you referred to, those just remain in the queue.
Boundary Smilkme.
It's almost like we orchestrated it. My next question are how many's in the queue?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. There was math involved there, so sorry. And that's why it took a while. Currently, in the queue from 2024, 291 applications. And so far in 2025, 76 applications for a total of 367 in the queue for 2024, 2025.
Boundary Smilkme.
Do we have any in the queue prior to that, or is everything caught up to 2024?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the questions. Total water licenses in the queue as of February 2025 is 2,045, and that includes the 367 that we just previously mentioned for the last 2 years.
Boundary Smilkme.
That's a pretty significant number, a lot more than I was expecting. How many staff do we have that are working on these applications? And I'm assuming that we're starting at the oldest and working our way forward, or what is the process for how we're getting through that backlog? And what is the average time it's taking to process those applications?
Minister.
Chair. So I will start with this. We currently have 101 water authorization staff. They work on permitting and other related work. So that includes monitoring and drought and those sorts of duties. In the last year, we actually were able to process 139 applications faster than they came in. So we're making a bit of progress, not a lot. And the average processing days it takes to process one water application average is about 344 days.
Andrews Milkmead.
Is there, Chair, is there a maximum length of time where those applications just kind of fall off the radar, or do they just stay on the books forever? Like, what is communicated to the applicant around the time frame of expectations when they make the application?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. The water applications do not expire. They stay in queue. As we mentioned earlier, we try to surface those applications that are urgent. So ones that are facing drought conditions, health issues, housing, the government, the ones that the government issues as priority baskets. When the applications first come in, we communicate clearly to the applicant that our turnover times are not sufficient, but we also give them an estimated time that we think their application will be in queue. When we near the end of that estimated time that we think their application is going to be in queue, we contact them to either say we're on schedule or we're behind schedule, and then we give them an updated estimated timeline if that's what we need to do.
Andrews Milkmead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many, what is our estimate on how many groundwater users right now are unlicensed in the province?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for the delay. So in 2016, when the Water Sustainability Act came in, there was an estimate that there were probably about 20,000 unlicensed users in this province. Since then, we have had, there are 7,867 existing water users that have applied since 2016 that are still waiting in the queue to get permitted. And the delay was caused by, we were trying to figure out if we could give you a number of how many new unlicensed groundwater users there are, and we either don't have that number or couldn't find it. If we can find it, we'll definitely give it to you.
Boundary Smilkme.
So those 7,867 are in a different queue, or are they part of the original queue?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. We found some updated numbers, which I'll read to you, and if they don't answer the question, we can go further on this. But as of October 2022, we had 5,829 existing use groundwater applications. In February of 2025, so almost 3 years later, we had 4,697. So we were able to process 1,132 in that time. We had, in October 2022, we had, actually, you know what, I'm not going to read this out because I'm not sure it's going to answer your question. It's a different, yes, it's a different category for groundwater applications. In October 2022, we had 43 new groundwater applications. As of February 2025, We had 33, so we reduced that number by 10.
Boundary Smokemead.
Sort of answered the question, but do we still have 7,867 existing water users that are waiting to be licensed?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you. And hopefully this provides the clarity. Currently, as of February 2025, out of that number that we gave you earlier, that's 7,867, we currently have 4,697 still waiting in the queue.
Boundary Smokemead.
Okay, so we have 2,001 queue and we have 4,700 applications sitting in another queue. Am I not understanding the queues?
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully this clears it up for you. So our entire water caseload, we have different kind of sub-queues, like existing water, previously existing water, new groundwater applications, total water applications. So the breakdown of our entire water application caseload as of February of this year, 2025, still waiting in queue. Existing use groundwater, 4,697. Section 11 applications, which are changes in and around a stream, we have 500 applications. New groundwater applications, we have 33. Section 10 applications, we have 130. Water license applications, we have 2,045. And abandonments, we have 209.
Boundary Smokemead.
Does your sheet have the total or are you going to make me do the math?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that. I actually meant to do that, and I totally forgot. The total is 7,614.
Boundary Smokemead.
My calculator. I appreciate that. And yeah, obviously that was read in, but it would be great if we could have that and if I could get a copy of that when we're done. Switching to water rents. Do we have a mechanism to audit the usage versus what is licensed?
Minister.
Thank you. So basically, our two mechanisms to determine the usage of water in this province is water monitoring, water monitors, and also the number of license applications. So prior to 2016, we had no way to measure groundwater use at all. And the challenge now that we still have is if we do issue a license for a farm, for example, that gives them a certain amount of water use per day, we don't know if they hit that target. They could consistently come under it, and we have no way of determining that.
Boundaries Milkmean.
Thank you. We also don't know if they're pulling more than that. And then looking at the numbers that you provided previously, it looks like more than half of water users aren't even in the application process. By the estimation of, I think it was 20 or 22,000 that we think they're there, we're at almost 8,000 that have registered as existing users. But so there's a large segment that we don't even know. We don't even know if our number was a valid number. So when we're making those land use decisions around the water, how do you make that? What matrix do you have for those decisions when you don't know if they're taking more or less than they were? We know we have water licenses that possibly aren't drawing anything. We probably have water licenses that are drawing more. So what is the matrix for decision making? Are those water licenses impacting future water licenses, applications, because we don't know, are we being too conservative or are we not being conservative enough, I guess, is kind of the direction. I don't know if the question was clear there.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. We'll answer your first question first. Are we too conservative or not conservative enough. We know that's not a political question, so we'll answer it by saying that we err on the side of caution. We assume that every license is using its max capability. But the water team does have a matrix. They basically look at a holistic view of what the environment can provide. So with monitoring and the number of licenses given, we look to see how much water is available, what groundwater exists, what wells are in the area, what the known volumes are in the area. We also look at the hydrological connectivity between surface and groundwater. Overall, though, I think I can say with some certainty that we are in a much, much better position in terms of our water than we were in 2016, but we still have a long way to go.
Boundary Milkmead.
Thank you. I have more questions on that, but for the sake of time, I'm going to move on. Drought, since we went there. How are users prioritized during a drought declaration, and how is that communicated?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. Our priority in times of drought is always human health and human safety, so drinking water is always our top priority. We take several steps. First, we always set voluntary guidelines. You see those kind of water restrictions that local governments do every year as well. But those voluntary guidelines are expected not just of individuals, but also of industry as well. And those are ways to just be really cognizant of the fact that we're heading into the summer and a drought season, and we ask people to do a list of things to try and reduce their water use. In terms of unlicensed users, we can use something called graduated enforcement, where we can actually send out natural resource officers to let people know that we're heading into drought and remind them if they don't have a license and they're a new user that they need to wait to apply for a license. In terms of licensed users, we have drought tables. And those are used at the local level, and so we keep people informed about what the water levels look like and what the drought tables look like. I just want to point out that this was in my mandate letter by the Premier to work with communities affected by drought or expected to face water shortages and to support community-based priority setting between industrial, agricultural, residential, and environmental uses for water. Our job is to ensure better coordination between water regulators and local communities in advance of drought to support effective response during an emergency. And we know that those decisions are best made at a local level, at local water tables, where local governments and community and small business and agriculture come together to make those choices about the priority in their community for water uses in times of drought.
Boundary Similkameen.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I think there's some tough decisions that'll be coming up versus agriculture and tourism. I live in the Similkameen Valley. What's more important, the cattle, the peach trees, the vines? How is that going to be prioritized? The first-in-time model that was used or shared as part of the need to register, with that many applications still sitting in the queue, what happens with the ones that never did? So the first in time all got letters saying that they needed to curtail, but the people that never registered did not get the letters. And so what is the enforcement, or what is the strategy for the never did group?
Chair. So first I want to thank you for, your riding Boundaries to Milkameen. I think is one of the largest ridings in this province, and second, the second most beautiful after Powell River and Sunshine Coast. But I hear you. When I go and visit, I know. When I go and visit my parents who live in the Okanagan, it's stressful there in the summer. You can sit and watch the lightning strikes hit the mountain, and we're potentially in a drought position. It's so tough. And also in 2021, in my riding of the Sunshine Coast, we literally had to decide to turn off water to the farmers, and that is something in a temperate rainforest we never ever thought we'd have to face that choice. So in your question, those first in time, first in right users who apply to get licenses versus those who never did, all we want to do is get them to apply for a license, because all we want to do is monitor the water. So our biggest kind of what we do is really try and talk to different organizations, agriculture organizations, industry organizations, individuals, to really work on them. Since 2016, we've been doing this, to get them to apply for a license, because at the end of the day, all we want to do is be able to monitor the amount of water in a watershed so we can ensure that we have enough water for everyone. For those who never did, as you suggested, there is graduated enforcement or graduated compliance. That's where we send natural resources officers out to talk to folks. When we get into times of drought, people get really scared. So if they notice a neighbor who doesn't have a license using water, we often get phone calls. So we tend to get a list of those folks who haven't applied for licenses. We'll go out and talk to them, encourage them to apply, and let them know what potentially the penalties are that can be applied to them for not complying and not getting a license and illegally using the water.
Boundary Smilkme.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's pretty much what I assumed, that we were counting on neighbors to tattle, for lack of a better word, on their neighbors. With the queue that we saw, the other challenge I would think is that we have 7,000 people to get through. What are we doing to ramp up staff if we are also doing education and outreach to try to get people to register? And we're sending natural resource officers out to enforce. It takes a year to get an application, and we have a queue of 7,000. I'm a little confused on the priority of getting those people to apply when we're not processing the applications.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank you for this question because this is something that we grapple with all the time. And in fact, permitting and speeding up permitting is something that is also in my mandate letter. And this is something that our team takes incredibly seriously. Your question was, what are we doing to ramp up staff to try and speed up the process of permitting or the applications and improving most of the applications. Once again, it's not just speeding up the application process, although that is a big part of our portfolio and what we are dedicated to do and what is in our mandate. It is also working with folks to teach them about drought and doing a huge education campaign and sending people letters when we're in times of drought, rural communities to say we're heading into a drought. We have a website that is publicly available for drought tables. We have the River Forecast Center, which is world-renowned, to look at those types of numbers and water predictions as well. But I think that since 2016, we are working on permitting reform. The status quo isn't acceptable. We understand that. We know that. It's obvious to you. And we are going to do our very best, and we're enacting a lot of things to make permitting more efficient and speed up the process.
Boundaries Malcolm.
While I appreciate that, we're trying and we see the problem, I also am a finance person, and when we look at the budget, there's no more money. So how are we ramping up, and where are we finding those efficiencies to meet that backlog?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. In 2022, the Treasury Board approved $77.83 million to advance permitting. That is the equivalent of 203 FTEs across 7 natural resource ministries.
Boundaries Malcolm.
So in 2022, the 77.83 million was announced across many ministries. How much is left and specific to this ministry for the implementation of the water licensing?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the question. So of that $77.83 million, 77.883 million came to Walrus. Sorry. Yes, 77 came to all ministry staff. Of that, 27.139 million came to Walrus. The funding was dispersed across all 7 of those ministry to fill key positions in permitting. They weren't specifically going to different things like permitting for housing or other issues. They were addressing systemic change for permitting in general. So to take a holistic view across ministries, to target backlogs in priority areas, like we mentioned earlier in housing and in many cases, areas that were in drought, and look for long-term sustainable permitting solutions.
Boundary Similkameen.
Just to put a pin in that, we had 27 million to improve permitting, but we're still 7,000 in backlogs, and the actual improvements made aren't adequate. Is that funding continuing in this fiscal year, and how much will you have in this fiscal year?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the question that hopefully adds some clarity. All of the positions that I mentioned earlier remain filled in this fiscal. And I do want to clarify, because your question was specifically about water licenses, but that money was used to create permitting efficiencies. So I wanted to give you a couple of examples to let you know about what the priorities have been and what we're working on. So for example, in housing, we've cleared the backlog. It used to take 257 days for an application to go through. It now takes 108 days. That's a 58% reduction in the time it takes. A small example, kind of related to water, the riparian area protection regulation. We have basically cleared that backlog, for example. So it used to take up to a year for permitting, and we can do a 30-day turnaround time on it now. So again, we're moving in the right direction. We know the status quo isn't satisfactory, but we're still working really hard, and we will continue to work hard to reduce the permitting times.
Thank you. I am going to pass it over to my colleague from Delta South, has just a couple of questions, just to be respectful of his time, and then I'll continue.
Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, it was your government that brought in the Agricultural Land Reserve in 1973. The Agriculture Minister's mandate letter talks about access to farming as a career for aspiring farmers. It talks about expanding affordability and food security in the province by working with farmers to find ways to control costs, strengthen our regional food systems by supporting farming, expanding local food processing, identifying supply chain disruption vulnerabilities, and working with food and beverage producers who have been impacted by weather-related crop losses. It goes on to talk about the very importance in the Minister's mandate letter on the continuation of public support for the Agricultural Land Reserve, including protection of BC families from food price shocks and promotion of financial success, work with farmers and food processors throughout the province, and to encourage the saving of good agricultural land in this province. I brought this up before, Madam Chair, about this wonderful 150 acres of prime agricultural land in Cowichan Bay on Vancouver Island. And I've been on this for about 3 years now. I've toured the property, I've done videos, I've done op-eds about the property, I've done many media interviews about this property. I've been a good friend with the farmer Gerald Pullman that farmed these 150 acres. He grew corn for dairy cattle in the general area. He grew grass for hay and silage for dairy cattle in the general area. An absolutely beautiful piece of farmland. And this farmland supported hundreds of local livestock in that Cowichan Bay area on dairy farms. This farm was owned by the Dinsdale family, and for many years, many years ago, the Nature Trust of BC, in collaboration with Ducks Unlimited, purchased these 150 acres of prime farmland in Cowichan Bay. Now, unbelievably, Madam Chair, the Nature Trust of BC actually made application to the Agricultural Land Commission to remove this piece of land from active agriculture by breaching the dike that goes around this farmland at the foot of Cowichan Bay so that ocean water can roar in and flood these 150 acres of prime farmland. At the end of the Cowichan Bay Road are other farmers and residents who are there that have wells. There's a huge aquifer underneath this farmland, these 150 acres, and they draw the drinking water from this well as livestock. If the salt water is allowed to rush in and destroy these 150 acres of farmland, it will also destroy the aquifer and infect the aquifer with salt water, which will affect all the drinking water for many residents around Cowichan Bay. And I can go on to tell you that Active Earth hydrologists did an in-depth study, and in their report stated that this would have, without a doubt, containment of the aquifer having a devastating effect on all the wells in the area, including the Kidd Well that serves close to 1,000 homes, the seaside village of Cowichan Bay, and all of the Cowichan Bay area. The historic Dinsdale Farm in Cowichan Bay has grown tremendous agricultural crops for over 100 years. To the bewilderment of local farmers who were leasing this land, they were told to cease farming as the Nature's Trust of BC planned to breach the dike and flood the entire ALR-designated farmland with tidal seawater. Madam Chair, believe it or not, on February 28th, 2024, the applicant to the Nature Trust of BC and Ducks Unlimited, the application to remove the dike and flood this piece of farmland was made by Jesse Patterson from the actual government Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship. So he actually, as a member of government bureaucracy, was the one making the application on behalf of the NDP government to flood this piece of prime farmland. I find this incredible. Madam Chair, will the Minister of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship confirm that the NDP government and ministry staff support the flooding and ultimate destruction of this valuable 150 acres of farmland in Cowichan Bay?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members, so much for your question. First, I just want to say that our team is very aware of the potential saltwater impacts on drinking water. We have been doing testing, extensive testing on it, and so far preliminary testing looks like that the saltwater has no effect on the drinking water. That is still preliminary. Secondly, and I know that you're incredibly aware of this issue, and there kind of are two steps here. The first step is that this decision is currently before the Agricultural Land Commission. This is their responsibility under their tenure. And secondly, Walrus is responsible for the decommissioning of the dams. And once a decision is made by the ALC, then our statutory decision maker will look at that second ask of decommissioning the dams.
Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that answer. My question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, would you not find it to be a conflict of interest that a member of your own bureaucracy of the Ministry of Water, Land and Resource Stewardship should be making an application to remove this farmland from the ALR to a third-party tribunal which is known as the Agricultural Land Commission.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair, and thank you so much for the question, member. In terms of your first question, I'll say simply, no, it is not a conflict. In terms, expanding on your other question a little bit, we're fighting climate change right now. We're in a time of climate change, and what we're trying to do is make local areas help have a say in governing their own watersheds and their own water security. Water is such an incredibly important natural resource for us right now. So one kind of success story in the area that you're talking about is the the Coxsila Estuary Restoration Project. This is a Class 1 estuary project that has incredibly high biological significance, not just for that area, but all across the province. And it's a partnership between the Cowichan tribes, the province, and federal agencies to restore the health of the estuary. And that's to do several things: to conserve the biodiversity, protect the local community, revitalize Indigenous food systems, and this will benefit everybody in the area. So this is, you know, we're in a time of climate change, and a lot of people would say climate crisis, and it is all of our responsibilities to do everything we can to ensure that we restore the biological integrity of our province.
Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would suggest that all the people sitting on that side of that desk has not even seen this property. I've seen this property many, many times. 25 years ago, they tried an experiment exactly as you're talking about. They flooded a portion of the farmland. To this day, you can look at it, if anybody ever goes there, from bureaucracy, to see the fence posts of the farm that used to be there. It's a complete dead piece of land that was ruined by salt water. There's nothing beneficial to salmon or to birds or to anything. The migrating wildlife, what they want is agricultural land to feed on leftover grain and corn and potatoes and all those different things. They don't want a dead piece of land that was flooded out by salt water. So this makes no sense, what you're telling me, to flood another 150 acres of farmland in Cowichan Bay. From what I've seen in my 8 years here under the NDP government is a death by 1,000 cuts of more agricultural land being lost in this province. Now, Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, as a member of the Environmental Land Use Committee, you have the power to nullify this craziness going on, and I'm asking you today, would you stand up and nullify this flooding of the 150 acres of farmland in Cowichan Bay?
Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, member from Delta South, for the question. I do just want to clarify. Every single one of our staff have said, hold on, we've been to the site. They're very aware of it over multiple years. And secondly, in terms of the Environment Land Use Committee, I would never presuppose or assume to presuppose or make a decision on behalf of the other members of that committee.
Member for Delta South.
Thank you. I don't want to take up too much time. I'm going to move on to another subject. Thank you for your responses. I'm very passionate about this issue. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister, back when I was on Delta City Council, I made 2 different trips to Ottawa with Mayor, City Manager, to try and get funding for dredging of our secondary channels in Ladner and Steveston. And at one time, we became successful through the Port of Vancouver, through the province of BC, through Delta and Richmond, to come up with about $10 million. And the project actually took place back in about 2015. But since then, there's been no funding whatsoever. And what we really need is simply, in today's economics, $2 million a year is not a lot of money to do maintenance of the secondary channels in Ladner and Steveston. And we can't forget that Ladner is a historic fishing town. We have marinas there for commercial fish boats. We have fish processing plants. And boats cannot get in and out to even get to these fish processing plants because of the silt that's built up. Now, the former Minister of Flynn Road, Doug Donaldson, I took him on a tour, a boat tour of the secondary channels 3 or 4 years ago. And I know, Madam Chair, the Minister took a boat tour just recently, a month and a half ago or so, of our secondary channels in Ladner to see just how bad it is, and not only for our commercial boats and recreational boaters, but for our float homes. That on low tide, our float homes are literally sitting on an angle, which is compromising their natural gas lines, their sewer septic hookups, all these different things. So my question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, after your tour of our secondary channels in Ladner a month and a half ago or 2 months ago, what have you come up with for any sort of plans between the provincial government, the Port of Vancouver, and the federal government to eventually get us some money to get some dredging accomplished?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Member, for your question. All we can do is literally be blunt here, and yes, the mayor of Delta, a whole bunch of float home owners, and in fact, I'm meeting with several more float home owners next week, I think. And I remember the Coast Guard took us on that secondary channel, and at low tide, he can't even get through the channel. So if there's an emergency, he can't get to that emergency. So it is a critical problem. In the few weeks that since I've been on that tour, there was a federal election. Now we know who's going to form government. So my suggestion is, let's just cross party lines and come up with a plan, because currently there is no plan. This is something that the federal government was in charge of until 2008, I think, and then they just kind of absolved themselves of the issue, leaving a multi-million-dollar problem that local governments and the province are left to contend with as First Nations as well. So my suggestion is, and there are a lot of people who are really dedicated to finding a permanent, proactive solution and finding ways to get the money to do the proper dredging that's needed. So maybe we can start working on that together, because I know it's a critical issue. I know the MLA for Richmond-Stevenson is very concerned about it too, as well as many First Nations. So this is something that we need to come together and work on together.
Delta South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, just a side comment, I find it quite amazing that the new president or CEO of the Vancouver Port Authority, has told us that they're spending $31 million a year dredging the main channel as far as up New Westminster to get our ships up. But they can't, the Port of Vancouver can't find any money whatsoever to help out some of the secondary channels, and yet they'll spend $31 million on the main channel. My final question through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, and this comes from what was formerly known as the Ladner Settlement Group or Float Home Owners Association. They were told by WLRS that they are getting out of the residential tenures of Crown land. This is in the land use operational policy. It essentially removes the potential for new float homes and puts those that own float homes at risk of losing their investments. Owners purchased or built these float homes through provincial and municipal processes and are limited to cash sale buyers now. As our current leases near maturity, our investments will not be saleable. For those who bought the foreshore property for the main reason for the first right over the water lot, these rights are slowly being taken away, and they're asking if the Minister of WLRS will revoke this policy.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you so much for the question. And I'm glad you asked the question because actually I wasn't aware of this, so now I got some clarity for you. As we understand that there are several current leases that are nearing maturity. If they do mature, they will just flip to a month-to-month lease, and we will continue to do that while we look for long-lasting, more permanent solutions. And what we can say is local governments are very interested in helping us find those long-lasting, permanent solutions. So we will continue to do that as well. There is a moratorium right now on new float home tenures because of the problems that you so eloquently described. Some of them are listing at low tide right now. So we need to come and we need to figure out a proactive solution for how we can manage the dredging on those secondary channels. And then potentially we can look at issuing and opening up new tenures for float homes again.
Boundary Similkameen.
Just while we're talking about dredging, is the only issue around dredging specifically funding for dredging, or is there a backlog of permitting and permissions that they also need to get through to do dredging?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the question. Yes, their dredging does come under permitting. It's part of the Water Sustainability Act since 2016. So one of the earlier numbers I talked to you about, permitting applications for dredging comes under Section 11, changes in and about of a stream. And as of February 2025, there were 500 applications in the queue. I do just want to mention too, it's not just permitting that we're looking at, not just a lack of funding. It's also environmental issues, white sturgeon habitat, for example. Those are all issues that we need to look at when we look at issues in the Fraser.
Boundary Similkameen.
Yeah, I think that's why I asked the question. My experience is as soon as you want to move anything in the water, it impacts all the way down the line. So I assumed there was a lot more than just money needed, as well as political will to do some dredging. I'm going to loop back to a conversation that we had earlier. The minister was so gracious to say that health and safety of people and that drinking water is our first priority. So I'm going to switch to drinking water, and I am going to speak from the boundary Similkameen, just because it is my riding, but I know that this issue is universal across BC, but especially pinpointed in rural BC, Chair. So while I speak about the boundary Similkameen, I think that these are examples that will be applicable across the province. I'm wondering how many, if we know how many communities were on boil water advisory at any point in time in the last 6 months.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the question. So since 2003, the Drinking Water Protection Act has been the principal provincial statute concerning drinking water protection and remains the responsibility of the Ministry of Health to administer and the regional health authorities to implement and enforce. However, the regional health authorities are responsible for issuing all boil water advisories, but the list is public, so I can read it out if you want the numbers. As of April 30th, 2025, the breakdown of boil water advisories issued by regional health authorities are as follows. Island Health, 36 boil water advisories. Island Health, 37. North Coastal Health, 56. Northern Health, 105. Interior Health, 503. Fraser Health, 5. For a total advisories, 706.
Thank you. I think those numbers are reflective why I'm going to speak about my riding specifically, being in the 503 in the interior health. Can you tell me whether those numbers include smaller privately owned or managed water systems?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the question. You're right, member, the short answer is yes. These are all on small water systems. Generally, boil water advisories are issued for the smaller, more rural water systems because that's where the aging infrastructure is. I know I have dozens in my riding as well. And so, yes, you're correct.
Boundary Milkman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and what I've learned recently, having gone through a process with some residents up at Heritage Hills on Skaha Lake, where their water infrastructure was privately owned, put in when the development was built, I believe in the early 90s, might have been the 80s. But the upgrades that are required to their water system to make their drinking water usable is $23 million. This is being assessed on 321 doors in the community. And the direction path forward they have been provided because the private water owner obviously does not have $23 million. And there is a segment of those 321 doors that also have a sewer upgrade that's required for them to be able to continue to flush their toilets. The only option they were really able to do was either they were all going to have to pay $65,000 or $84,000, depending on if they needed the sewer upgrade as well, or they could vote to move their assets into the regional district, which did not take away the liability of the $23 million. It just allowed those residents to amortize that over 25 or 30 years, depending how they chose. So those residents have made that choice to move their assets into the regional district in the hope that they're going to be eligible for grant funding by making that move. one of the key things in making drinking water our first priority, it also says that we are going to make it affordable. For these particular residents, that's $2,500 a year when it was amortized, plus an increase and a meter that is now required on their houses, which will increase their water bills also to another, could be up to $2,000, we're still assessing, per resident. So how is it the intent or the policy going forward that the only way that these systems can be funded is by moving them into a municipality or a regional district who's willing to take on that liability?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for your question. So I do just want to let you know that regardless of type or size, all water systems are expected to be financially self-sufficient, setting water rates appropriately to operate, maintain, upgrade, and replace their infrastructure. That said, I do want to acknowledge what you are finding in your writing is that it is an expensive, complicated issue. And it's not one shared solely by Walrus, this ministry alone. The question you're asking for the extent of moving water infrastructure onto municipalities, that is the responsibility of the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. We do share and partner in that, as well as does the Public Health Officer, where she does an annual report into drinking water and drinking water safety, and she does study this issue, and that she has come to the conclusion in her report that smaller water systems aren't resilient, especially over the long term, and this is something that we are all learning and understand. And what we're looking to in terms of our water security and sustainability is resiliency. So when we know that these smaller water systems aren't as resilient, we have to look at better longer term solutions. So that's what we're doing in partnership with Municipal Affairs and Housing. Again, it is not it's not inexpensive. It's incredibly expensive, and there's so many of these smaller infrastructure, water infrastructure, and private systems that we need to work on. And we'll work on these closely with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Boundary Similkameen.
Thank you. I could repeat the story in about 12 different subdivisions within my one corner of my riding. We were joking a little bit about it before we started, but one of the challenges, is it not the role of Walrus to be monitoring these private water systems to ensure that they are meeting that obligation of ensuring they have the funding available when these things happen? Why are so many small water systems in the position they are in? Somebody, I assume, should have been checking on them.
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the question, member. A couple things I just want to point out. First of all, this ministry does regulate private water utilities, and we do work with private companies to do the upgrades that are necessary. It is the private company's responsibility to do those upgrades. But as you so rightly point out, we're also aware of the costs to upgrade that, often prohibitively expensive. And often it's not just the drinking water pipes that need to be upgraded, it's also the sewage or other infrastructure. And in fact, that's what we're facing across the province right now, roads and bridges. I'm sure you have many examples in your riding, I know I have many in mine, that these types of upgrades are needed across the board. So we do regulate the private water utilities, but it is the private water company's responsibility, but we're also aware of the cost and the rate impact that is on homeowners.
Boundaries to Milkmead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just heard clearly that it is the manager of the small operator, small water systems job to ensure that the money is there to manage and replace the infrastructure. I will ask a question on behalf of my colleague from Penticton Summerland because she's not here, but I was at a meeting very clearly where the province took over management of a water system referred to as Sage Mesa in, I believe it was the early 90s, don't quote me on that. But it has been a significant period of time. Those residents have just been told that it's a $32 million assessment to them to fix their water. The province was the operator and has not been adequately funding or ready to replace the needed infrastructure. What happens in that case?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for the question. So yes, we do have a briefing on this. Sage Mesa owns and operates a water utility near Penticton, providing service to about 250 homes. It is indeed managed by the province following the seizure in 1990 for mismanagement. I've been told a few times forcefully by my ADM, the province does not want to do this role. We do not want to be managing this. But I do want to say on that the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen actually operates the system on behalf of the Comptroller of Water Rights, which is under this ministry. Also, the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen is conducting a referendum process now to acquire the Sage Mesa utility, which is currently managed reluctantly by the province through the Comptroller of Water Rights. This is, and the Comptroller is in support of the acquisition as the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen has access to grants and long-term borrowing and potentially reducing the cost to customers and the timeline for completion of the system rebuild. And I'll read this last point. If the referendum fails, the Comptroller will continue to manage the utility and will need to consider a special levy to raise the required funds for the necessary upgrades. But again, this is not an outcome that the province ever wanted. It was seized because of mismanagement in the 1990s, and we are actively working with the homeowners to come up with the best solution for them.
Recognizing the member for Boundaries to Milkameen.
Well, I understand the answer, and I understand that we don't want these systems. I can tell you we're going to get these systems because the reality is these homeowners don't have that money. The regional district does not have the money to continue to borrow to take on liability for these private systems. In the case of Sage Mesa, the province was the operator, and the province stated clearly before, the operator is responsible to make sure that they're collecting enough fees and things to manage and replace the infrastructure. The province has been managing this infrastructure since 1994, and now we're being told that the owners will just be levied the $32 million because the province doesn't have any money to do it. The operator, while there is a referendum planned, it's not actually been planned yet. It's just something that's being considered. And where was I going with that? Oh, the operator has forbidden their staff from climbing on the tower. The tower is that unsafe that it's not safe for people to walk on the tower to fix the water. That tower is above these homes. It is an imminent failure, and the province is the operator. So I think that there is a different story with Sage Mesa, and I'd like to hear what the minister's plan is as operator of that water.
Recognizing the Minister for Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship.
Thank you, Chair. It's nice to see you. And thank you, Member, for the follow-up question. First, yeah, we do want to acknowledge this is a growing problem all over the province in some cases, potentially. And my answer is going to be similar to the answer I just gave you. The province, through mismanagement in 1990, became the reluctant kind of manager of Sage Mesa. We're looking for a pathway to a permanent solution here. And the first one is working with the regional district of Okanagan-Similkameen to conduct a referendum process to acquire the Sage Mesa utility, which is currently managed by the province through the Comptroller of Water Rights. If that does not fall through, or if that does fall through, we will continue to manage the utility and will need to consider a special levy to raise the required funds for the necessary upgrades.
Recognizing the member.
Yeah, I think that, well, while I understand the position you're in, I still think that answer is insufficient in that if this was a private water operator, they would be fined for not meeting the minimum requirements of the Act. And so how do we allow the government to manage a utility for 30 years and not have the funds available to them to replace or manage and threaten with a levy, which is exactly what the owners will get anyway, with 121 doors, I think it was. Don't quote me on that. But it's somewhere in that neighborhood, and a $32 million bill. That levy is going to be beyond. With the downloading being to the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, what supports and funding are available for these multiple private water systems that are going to be going to the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, and what borrowing power are they going to have when they have so much out there to manage these projects? How are they going to manage them all?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again for your question. It, I understand the frustration around this issue. The simple answer is it costs money to provide water to these homes and these communities. And especially these smaller water systems, as they age, the cost increases, and then the cost for replacement and upgrade increases even more. This is something that we hear from local governments at UBCM each year, and they're facing similar problems all across the province. The last thing I'll say is that I want to just make clear that the water systems infrastructure responsibility rests with the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs and the federal government.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that the message is being heard, but it's not being delivered, as the budgets don't necessarily reflect what we're seeing on the ground and the need. If you're hearing it at UBCM, you're hearing it from every community in my riding. We need the budget. We need a line item. We need to start addressing this. So I'll just turn to new development. What are we doing today to prevent this scenario from repeating itself? I have an application for a new subdivision in my riding. It's pretty exciting. It's about 800 doors. They're putting in a private water system and a private sewer system. Are we going to be here in 30 years explaining to those homeowners why they have a $70 million bill at that time because somebody didn't check?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Member, for the question. The short answer is yes, we agree with you. We've had a history of these small water systems over the years, and that's exactly what we want to avoid in the future. So, for example, when approving new applications, sustainable access to water is definitely one of the considerations, the primary considerations for these provincial authorizations. And using your example, private owners or private managers who are building out these brand new developments and operating these private water systems and private sewage systems, our number one question for that is, number one, is there enough water to sustain that new development? And the second question is the business model sufficient to sustain the infrastructure and the cost of the infrastructure, but also affordable, sustainable rates for users, so we don't end up in the situation where we are now, where we have to look at replacing the system and it's millions of dollars too expensive for anyone to afford. I do want to point out as well that there's broader solutions that we have to look at too. Conservation overall, like we don't need to be doing a lot of the things that we're doing. We can get rain barrels instead of using regional district water, right, to water our plants outside. Water metering has been proven to reduce water usage and rates by 25 to 50% in some municipalities. I know in the district of Gibson's, they've been doing a great job of reducing water usage. So those are types of things that we have to look at overall to reduce our water usage.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you for that. I could actually spend my whole probably 5 hours or 5.5 hours talking about water. I'm gonna hit just one more small thing, or it's actually a big thing, but the rest I'll submit in writing after the fact. But I want to talk a little bit about dams and dam safety. I know we touched a little bit on it with the Dinsdale dike breach, but how many high-risk dams do we currently have in BC?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you so much for the question, and switching over to dams. Regulated dams are characterized by their failure consequence classification. So we use, instead of high risk, we use high consequence, because there may be high risk dams in the middle of nowhere that if it would burst, affected nothing. So we use consequence as opposed to high risk. So the higher the consequence classification, the higher the expected standard of care. Under the regulation, a dam failure consequence classification is given to all dams based on the potential for loss of life, the deterioration of environmental and cultural values, and the losses to infrastructure and the economy should the dam fail. And this province has adopted a 5-tier classification system ranging from low to extreme. So I'll let you know under each consequence classification how many dams we have. So we have a total of 1,906 dams in the province. The number that are considered extreme under the consequence classification is 54. The number classified as very high, 115. High is 219. Significant consequence classification is 609, and low consequence classification is 883. And there are 26 dams that are what we're calling undetermined right now, which just means at this point they haven't been classified.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Chair. Do we know how many in the top three, so high, extreme, high consequence, high, I think it is, I was writing fast, are in some form of noncompliance?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you for the question. It's not going to be very satisfactory. I'm afraid we don't actually have that number, but we will get it for you. I do want to point out, though, that when you ask which dams are in non-compliance can mean a wide variety of things, even something as simple as they missed a reporting deadline or a regular contact deadline. So maybe when we get you those numbers, you can ask for more specificity about what exactly non-compliance you mean, so we can figure that out.
Recognizing the member.
Yes, I thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the offer for digging into that. In the interest of time, we will do that offline. Go a little bit into flood strategy. Obviously, we had an atmospheric river in 2021 that has impacted the community of Princeton, Merritt. Thankfully, in Karamias, our water mitigation held. But it is my understanding that Princeton has received funding to study the issue, but they have not received their funding to fix and replace their water mitigation measures in Princeton. If we have a large freshet this year, that could have significant consequences for the residents of Princeton. And I'm just wondering what's happening and if there's anything in the budget for Princeton to get their dikes rebuilt.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Specific money for rebuilding for Princeton or shoring up their flood response. The funding mechanisms are through the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, as well as federal funding. So that is something that Walrus does not fund for. But just in general numbers, since 2017, the province has approved approximately $515 million in total, and $375 million provincially for over 556 flood risk reduction projects. But that's throughout the province, not specific to Princeton.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for the sake of staff, I am going to move to wildlife. I don't know if this is an appropriate time for a break.
Members, we will take a 5-minute break. If we could please return at 3:32. Thank you. I call the Committee of Supply, Section A, back to order. We are currently considering the budget estimates of the Ministry of Water, Land, and Resource Stewardship. I now recognize the member for Boundaries and Milkameen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wildlife is a particular thing in this file that I hold very dear to myself, just personally as well as in my career. So I anticipate that I'll have a lot of detailed questions in this. I'll start with the Together for Wildlife strategy. And it was launched to improve wildlife management, but feels years later like basic funding, transparency, and accountability seem a little elusive. It's hard to see what's happening on the ground today with this. So can you please start by telling me what your total budget for wildlife is in this fiscal year and what it does comparative to last fiscal?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Member, for the question. Some monetary spending for you just for the Together for Wildlife funding spent to date. So far in the first 4 fiscal years that Together for Wildlife has been around, it's invested in more than 400 projects across the province. We are committed to spending up to $10 million a year. on Together for Wildlife. So for example, in fiscal 2020, 2021, we funded 129 projects and spent just over $9 million. In 2021-22, we funded 108 projects for wildlife and spent just under $10 million. In 2022-2023, we funded just over 100 projects and spent almost $7.5 million. In 2023-24, we worked on just under 100 projects and spent almost $7 million, and we're still finalizing the funding for this fiscal year. So overall, 437 projects, almost $33 million we spent specifically just for Together for Wildlife.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could we have the overall expenditure in the wildlife division? I know I'd asked for a long period back that was hard to pull, but if we could have 23, 24, and 25 for the ministry, that would be very helpful.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. We are, again, going to have to defer to written answers for you because literally there are so many different ministries, and our wildlife funding doesn't come just under resource stewardship. For example, it can come under many, like our land use planning, cumulative effects, et cetera. So we don't have that number here, but we will put it together for you and make sure that you have that.
Recognizing the member.
So just to be clear, as a division called wildlife, we don't have a budget. It's aggregated among a bunch of other divisions, or I thought each division had its own budget.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much. So under, we don't have a specific division just for wildlife. Wildlife falls under the resource stewardship. And so funding for that for 25-26 is $37.761 million. But to our earlier point, wildlife conservation and stewardship also happens across some of the other areas as well, like land use planning falls under, we have some wildlife spending in there. Water, fisheries, and the coast, we have some spending in reconciliation lands and natural resource policy. So if we want to pull out what we do specifically for wildlife out of those other sectors, it's going to take us a bit of time to do that.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. I'll wait for the written response on that because I think it would be valuable to know what we're spending on wildlife in the province and being able to compare that to other jurisdictions. The, how do I want to do this? So the biologists, I know that I had previously submitted specific categories of biologists and that's coming in a written format later. But can you tell me overall how many biologists we have working in walrus specifically and how many positions are currently vacant?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. We don't have that information for you yet. I'm sorry, member. We are working to get that information, and because we thought estimates would be starting for us on May 8th, we weren't able to pull that together, but we will, and we will give it to you in writing.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. Would the minister be able to clarify whether we have adequate biologists on the ground to meet the commitments that we've made?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for your question. It's a simple answer. You know, the work of resource stewardship and managing our land and resources and helping to restore our wildlife and biodiversity that supports our wildlife requires a lot of people on the ground, boots on the ground, and we would never, ever say no to having more of those types of resources.
Recognizing the member.
I was recently talking with some members of the local wildlife association, and one of the things that had come up was that the biologists, that there's only one biologist left in the office in Penticton, that two had been seconded to another region, and that biologist did not have a truck or a cell phone or the ability to travel to do his job. And so I'm just wondering, you know, I understand that we want more, but do we have enough to even do the bare minimum of the job in every corner of the province that we've committed to?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So we have implemented, and this is province-wide, management expenditure controls to prioritize funding for operational needs on the ground. So we are working together as a province and through multi-ministries to send professional biologists where they're needed, and we're sending them with cell phones and vehicles as well, because obviously they need that. And so when we say we're prioritizing funding for operational needs, that means professional biologists on the ground. And what we're prioritizing right now in particular in terms of wildlife are inventory, wildlife health, and critical habitat restoration for wildlife.
Recognizing the member.
In this particular case, it was a controlled burn where the biologist needed to be present, and my understanding is that the local wildlife club had to pick that biologist up and bring them to the actual fire, be with them for the day, and return them to the office. Is that the expectation that we're going to have for our staff to be able to do their job in this province?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. We would say in the case that the example that you gave us of the controlled burn, that would be the exception, that biologist would have had to have been picked up and taken there and then dropped off again. Our fleet vehicles are shared across all of the natural resource ministries, and quite often we share offices too with forests and mining critical minerals, for example. So we try to make sure that everyone has signed out and has the vehicle when they need it to do their job. I do also want to acknowledge the local wildlife organization for helping us that day. This is something that we work closely with First Nations and non-governmental organizations to help us forward our work to protect our wildlife in many cases.
Recognizing the member.
Yeah, I think I also want to recognize my local wildlife groups in my region. They have stepped up and done more than should be expected of a nonprofit organization. Specifically, I'll switch over to chronic wasting disease. The Grand Forks and Cranbrook and the areas along the bottom have been actively running a freezer program. The Wildlife Federation has bought the freezers, is monitoring the freezers, and as of mid-year last year, the biologists no longer had money to go collect the deer heads out of the freezer to test for chronic wasting disease, and the Wildlife Association had to go and collect all the heads and deliver them to Kelowna. So there again, there's another instance where our staff don't have the bare minimum tools to meet the crisis.
Recognizing the member.
Do we have money in this year's budget to ensure that our staff can meet the need for chronic wasting disease?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you so much, Member, for your question. I know that you know how serious chronic wasting disease is and how seriously members in Cranbrook and Kimberley and those areas take it, as well as so many organizations like the BC Wildlife Federation and hunters. I have to say that the government would never be successful if not for the hunters and if not for the local wildlife federations and all of those folks who are sending in samples of for us to be able to test. If I know this is not a good comparison at all, but we are really likening this to, the pandemic, where we have to flatten that curve. And we know the studies done here in BC with our biologists and down in the US shows that if we can keep a baseline of less than, and I don't want to say the wrong thing, but below a certain baseline, we know that we can ward off chronic wasting disease for the long term in our province. And so that's our goal. We want to make sure that this doesn't take hold anywhere. So a bit of background on this. The first cases of chronic wasting disease, CWD, was in the Cranbrook area last fall and winter. A total of 5 cases have been confirmed so far through surveillance efforts. And again, massive thanks to hunters for helping us test all of their animals. We need surveillance, we need education, we need preventative measures, and this has been led by the BC Wildlife Health Program for over 20 years. We had a recent test of urban deer, which is potentially a huge issue in Kimberley and Cranbrook as well, and tried our best to test 100 deer in both those cases, as well as the First Nations deer cull as well, where we tested 5 more. We've also got some surveillance thingies, that's the technical term, to make sure that we can follow to see where urban deer go, so we can test them from that area as well. But this is so we're building our budget right now for this year for CWD. We're also doing our very, very best to make sure that we have a local sampling site at the location. So all the actual testing of the samples has to be done in Abbotsford because that's an approved CFIA testing site. But we need to be able to set up a testing site, and that's something that hunters have been asking for. And that preceded me as well. Last year we had funding of $716,000 from Walrus, plus an additional $214,000 from various external partners. We know that's not enough, which is why we're building our budget for that this year. And we will do whatever we need to do to ensure that we can keep that curve flattened and chronic wasting disease does not become prevalent in this province.
Recognizing the member.
I'll use the word testing because I like that was the word used, that we were doing some urban deer testing.
Thank you.
And during that urban deer testing in Kimberley, we were not successful in accumulating the number of tests we needed to actually have some scientific findings about what's happening in the herd. Is there a plan to do some more testing in Kimberley, and what does that look like as far as communication and protection for the people doing the testing?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for your question. Yes, we were, I guess, stymied a little bit in testing in Kimberley because there was a couple of concerned citizens who were opposed to our testing. So what I will say is right now is fawning season, and typically we would not go out and do a limited entry hunter during fawning season. However, we do year-round testing for roadkill. There is a surprising number of roadkill in that area, so we're able to do quite a bit of testing year-round of the deer. And if we see, a preponderance of positives of chronic wasting disease, then we would not hesitate to do whatever we need to do to be able to get an accurate test in there. And that's, again, where we really work closely with hunters and our First Nations as well, who are extremely concerned in the area, the Tinaha, about increasing numbers of chronic wasting. So yeah, again, this is a priority for us, and we're going to make sure that we stay on top of it.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will say that I believe that it is critical. It's not only the deer populations, we're talking about other populations, including elk, moose, and others that will be impacted by this if it is allowed to spread. And I just want to tie one more ribbon on, because you said you're going into, or the ministry is going into budgets. I was just last week at the BC Wildlife Federation convention, and the biologist in charge of the chronic wasting disease was there to educate hunters around the necessity, if they're hunting in the region, how they should harvest, how they should clean the animals, how they should be keeping the heads, and all of these things. They're not as prevalent in other regions as it is a practice as it is there. So this was a prime opportunity to educate a large group of hunters. And in this particular case, our biologists did not have the travel funding to attend the conference, and the Wildlife Federation had to pay for our CWD biologist to get to a convention to educate hunters. Is there an intent to ensure that that biologist has the funding they need this year to effectively meet the need?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Full disclosure, we literally had a meeting this morning with the BC Wildlife Federation, and they told us that they flew up our biologist to do that. We will be reimbursing the BC Wildlife Federation for that generous offer, and going further in the future. There was a bit of a miscommunication. We thought we could do it online, but of course it's far more effective to do it in person, and that was part of the cost-saving assumption from some folks. But we will make it clear in the future that those types of events absolutely will be attending in person.
Recognizing the member for Columbia River, Revelstoke.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister and the staff for allowing me an opportunity to ask a couple of questions here. In certain communities in the East Kootenays, Kimberley and Cranbrook specifically, we do have an urban deer problem. This, as my colleague from Boundary Similkameen has indicated, not only does this potentially present a very serious chronic wasting disease issue with these animals in close proximity to each other within an urban environment, and the potential for that disease to spread into the local elk herd populations, which would be absolutely devastating. But it also presents a very serious safety risk to the public. You know, this time of the year, as the minister knows, it is fawning season, and mother deer become very protective. I know myself personally, I've had to drive in front of deer chasing down old ladies walking their dogs and things like that, trying to defend their fawn. It's a very serious safety concern. I stood in front of the Kimberley Council not long ago hoping to create an active urban deer management strategy. So I'm just curious if the ministry has a plan or funds available in this budget to develop with local government active urban deer management strategies in order to keep these numbers at a reasonable level, because right now we have you know, several hundred deer in a community like Kimberley, and it is presenting quite a safety risk. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much, member, for your question. I'm thinking we'll give you a chance to go on record to maybe rephrase the term old ladies. But that's totally up to you, totally up to you. Yeah, that's right. In areas where there is chronic wasting disease, we do work really, really closely with local governments to come up with strategies that work together, because as you say, in the spring fawning season, the does can be quite aggressive and protective. But there are urban deer populations are in so many different communities across BC. I know we have one. I know Main Island. We're expecting questions from one of the Green members later about Main Island. So the Provincial Urban Deer Advisory Committee has representatives from local governments, the Union of BC Municipalities, the province, and the BC SPCA. We review funding applications every year, and previously we've offered about $100,000 a year to partner in locally led urban deer management projects. We'll be honest, a lot of those kind of projects are strategies for coexistence, where there is no incidence of chronic wasting disease or any other types of invasive diseases as well. But in terms where there is chronic wasting in the urban deer populations, it's a completely different ballgame, and we do take that very seriously and work together to not only test and I know we're not supposed to use the word call, but call in some instances, and make sure that we work together to keep that disease from spreading.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for the record, I would like to withdraw my comment about old ladies and refer to wonderful women in their golden years walking their dog. Thank you.
Thank you. Recognizing the member for Boundary Similkameen.
Yeah, I also have many communities with urban deer populations, and while they may not have chronic wasting disease today, we do know science has established that those urban populations in high numbers living close to communities are likely to develop some sort of health issue. So I think that a strategy similar to what my colleague has mentioned needs to be considered for these urban populations. I know door knocking in Grand Forks in October, I was challenged by a deer. And door knocking was very challenging with 6-foot deer fences around town lots. So I encourage an overview of urban deer altogether, and I'll let my colleague from the Green Party go further on that, I'm sure. I'm going to switch over to whirling disease. Last year we had a confirmed case of whirling disease in Kootenay Lake. I'm just wondering for this fiscal year whether we have a plan or a strategy on how we are going to manage the whirling disease in Kootenay Lake this year.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for the question. about whirling disease. So I'll start with, as part of our own surveillance programs, we monitor what happens around us. So in Alberta, and western and northern U.S. states. So we knew that whirling disease was being detected in areas around our province. So I think that we did our best to be prepared to find it in our province, and we did, as you mentioned, in a 2024 sampling resulted in 3 positive detections of the parasite responsible for whirling disease in the 3 southern tributaries of Kootenay Lake, in Boulder Creek, Goat River, and Duck Creek as well. So what we are doing, the first thing we're doing is to minimize spread of the whirling disease. We've recently introduced legislation, the clean, drain, and dry. So all boats must pull the plug, make sure there's no standing water with organisms that could have whirling disease in it. In the Columbia watershed, government employees and our contractors must decontaminate their gear when leaving water bodies in the Columbia watershed. And the public has to do the same. In May of 2024, as I just mentioned, everyone is required to pull the plug in all watercrafts traveling overland in BC. And just one other thing to note, which is what we're looking at right now, the detection of the whirling disease, the parasite responsible for whirling disease last fall. We don't know if these are actually new detections or if this was a parasite of a pre-existing condition that we were aware of earlier. So that's something that we're also looking into.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. I did hear a response around the whirling disease itself and the clean, drain, dry. I'm aware, obviously, that there's legislation coming, which brings up, do we have the actual boots on the ground to implement those changes if it so passes?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So the short answer is yes, we do have the boots on the ground that we need right now as part of the legislation for the invasive mussels defense program. It's operating right now today, and we do have conservation officers and conservation officers' dogs who are doing the testing for those invasive species. And basically what this legislation gives us to do is it compels people to stop and test and look at their boats and to make sure that there's no invasive mussels or organisms or standing water that could carry the parasite for whirling disease, for example. And I'll leave it there for now.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want, is it the intent of the program that people will self-check their stuff, or is there actually going to be somebody at the station checking them?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the question. The short answer is it is both. We are both asking people, we've done a really big kind of public education and communications campaign, so people know that they need to clean, drain, and dry, right? So it's something as small as a stand-up paddleboard. I know where I live on the Sunshine Coast, we have lots of little lakes and stuff, and people go to multiple lakes in a day. What we're asking folks to do is just understand that they need to clean, drain, and dry their paddleboard or kayak or whatever it is before they go from lake to lake to lake, just to make sure that they don't spread any diseases unknowingly. But also with this pull the plug legislation, and we're doing this right now before the summer season starts, when folks come up with their boats, that we make sure that we now have the authority at border crossings, for example, that people have to stop and get their vehicles that go in water vehicles inspected, whether it's Sea-Doos or boats, anything that has a plug, and they have, or even portable docks, so that we can test them. And one last thing as well, when the new federal cabinet is announced, one of my first calls will be to the federal minister asking for their support with the CBSA and border officers to help us make those enforcements as well.
Recognizing the member.
Sort of was answered in the last sentence there, but my question was, who is inspecting if we're doing this at the borders? Like, we have obviously Alberta border, we have the US border, and if there is an inspection, is there going to be a cost associated with those inspections? And will they receive like a certificate that they've been inspected?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So currently, right now, at any crossing, it's the BC Conservation Office. So we hold the financial responsibility, but the BC Conservation Office and their or their scent sniffing dogs will actually do the work. At U.S. border crossings, we do also partner with the Canadian Border Services Agency to be able to look at checking those boats or watercraft that come through the border. But again, that's something that we need to do in a better, more effective way, and that's something that we're working on right now. Something else that we're also looking at is right now we have what we're calling a risk management approach. We don't get a certificate or anything, but different areas like Alberta, they actually get a sticker, and we're looking at implementing that policy as well. If that the results are stronger and better, we're certainly open to that.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. So I know the CO service budget doesn't live within this ministry, but I assume that in their envelope then there's going to be an increased enforcement connected with your budget for monitoring those?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So yes, CO officers are under the Ministry of Environment, but we have a budget to, I guess, I didn't ask if I can say the word second, but borrow conservation officers to come over and help us. This does not alter in any way environment's ability to do their job with their conservation officers. So we get our invasive mussels defense program. That's the budget we use to get the conservation officers to help us with the clean, drain, and dry program. And we also have program partners as well, and I won't read them all out, but for example, in this fiscal year, BC Hydro is helping us by giving us $900,000, for example, and our total program budget this year is $3.6 million.
Recognizing the member.
For clarity, that $3.6 million is the budget for the clean drain dry or for the invasive species overall?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. So that amount that I talked to you about is just simply for the invasive mussels defense program. But under that budget, we also do the clean drain and dry program. We also do the monitoring and the inspections, and that includes the inspections for whirling disease, for example.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you for that clarification. That was what I was expecting. Madam Chair, we had talked about chronic wasting disease, we've talked about whirling disease, and we kind of got into invasive mussels in a roundabout way. The minister had mentioned that they were working on the budgets. My question is the envelope itself established and we're moving money around within that envelope to the different programs? Or have the envelopes themselves not been established yet?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. I hope we're answering your question correctly. So we do have our total for our estimates budget, and we read out kind of the sub amounts as well. But we are still doing some of the detailed work on how to prioritize that budget based on kind of the subsets that they fit into. Bless you. But just as you know, one of our absolute main priorities, because we were just talking about it, is whirling disease, invasive mussels, chronic wasting disease. Those are key priorities for us in this budget.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the minister then, I know that each of these things has a response plan, and those response plans get triggered by different things. If the response plan is triggered, as it was in Kootenay Lake last year, do we have the budget to actually respond appropriately for what's in our response plan for each of these things?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you very much. As it stands now, yes, our response plans are in place, and thank you for the question. But at any time, as you know, anything can change. So we need to constantly reassess and constantly pivot and constantly be ready to reprioritize based on something that could happen that we don't know is going to happen at this point. But I do want to really stress as well that our priority really is prevention. Because, for example, once whirling disease gets into Kootenay Lake, our options are limited. So we really, really, really have to focus on prevention, making sure that we keep it out of as many lakes as possible, and we keep our lakes safe, and we work on education and communication so people understand the significance of that, and work really hard with us to make that happen.
Recognizing the member.
Yeah, as much of my riding has lakes in it, I can tell you that the Clean Drain Dry program is very important to the people of the Boundaries Similkameen and to residents across BC. We value our water systems greatly. The question around last summer, the Clean Drain Dry programs were in my region, I'll speak only because I visually saw them, appeared to be available on weekends. And there did not appear to be enforcement if people did not pull over. And so I'm wondering, is there a plan to increase the presence of the Clean Drain Dry stations, specifically in high tourist areas where they may not be knowledgeable about the problem?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So what we are really taking with this is a risk management approach. So we really go after high traffic, high volume areas. We'll be honest, this is frustrating for us because this is a federal issue and we have zero federal funding. And so that's why I suggested earlier, once the federal cabinet is named, this is going to be one of our first calls to ask for funding to support something that could potentially affect the entire country, and provinces having to deal with this on its own is not going to work, and it's not helping. And in terms of enforcement, prior to this legislation being introduced, what we had was a chief vet order that required, vehicles to pull over, for example. And if they didn't pull over, when we went to court, there were challenges in getting that enforcement to stick. So that's why we've introduced this legislation. It gives us more teeth, and also going forward, we've also asked staff to look into increasing the penalties, similar to what other provinces do. Penalties are much higher in Alberta. We couldn't include it in this legislation, but we will be looking to increase those penalties in the future.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if there has been any exploration with municipal affairs. We discussed that earlier in a previous conversation around the private water systems. And my riding, the community of Vesuvius, is currently looking at over $70 million to fix their large water system, their municipal water, and their plan is to pull from the lake. And a lot of those private water systems that we talked about earlier are also pulling from Skaha, Vaso, Gallagher, and South. So I'm only speaking in my riding. But if those invasive mussels enter the water, it's going to have wide-scale impacts on infrastructure. So I'm wondering if that has been looked at or discussed within your cabinet.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. If I may, to the member, just offer a clarification pointed out to me by the ADM. When I mentioned the chief vet order that we had to compel vehicles to stop, it was specifically for the pull the plug. And this legislation will be a broader spectrum. In terms of your question about Osoyoos and a potential new development drawing water from the lake, we haven't specifically had any deep discussions with the Ministry of Housing or Municipal Affairs. We are really looking for the federal government to partner with us on this. There's so many competing demands on local government's time, and working with another provincial ministry and kind of going from this level down puts a lot of burden on local government. So we would really like to partner with the federal government on this. And to your point, that is why we partner with different organizations like BC Hydro and Columbia Basin Trust, because, for example, if invasive mussels do enter some of our waterways, we estimate anywhere up to, $129 million a year in infrastructure repairs and damage to our economy, whether it be damage to farmers or hydro intakes and all those sorts of things. So it's an incredibly serious issue.
Recognizing the member.
It brings to mind for me, if the ministry is providing any advice to these municipalities based on learnings from other jurisdictions around whether they should be making an investment that large in pulling lake water, or whether they should be looking for other areas before they spend and get too far down that road. So I'll ask the minister, is that something that's happening today?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. So thank you for the question. With our work with local government around things like invasive species, particularly invasive mussels, the short answer is yes. We talk to local government all the time about a host of things. We have collaborative working tables, not just for invasive species, but in general for climate change. We're looking again to what we talked about a bit earlier. It's really resiliency. So with specific work regarding the invasive mussels, we partner with them with the Clean Dry program. They're huge partners with us in getting the word out in terms of education and communication. And then what we'll also do is work with them about things that they can do to mitigate the impact of not just invasive species, but other things as well. And it is important to point out, at this point, BC does not have any invasive mussels that we have detected. I think so far we're doing a good job. We need to do better, and we need to remain extremely vigilant to ensure that doesn't happen. So yes, but invasives are one of a host of things that we work with and partner with local governments on.
Recognizing the member.
Just seeking clarification on the statement that we don't have invasive mussels. does that mean we don't have them in the lake, or none of our stations have actually detected mussels?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for asking about the clarification. And it's an important question because the Invasive Mussels Defense Program focuses only on zebra and quagga mussels. That's what we're looking for. And as of now, we have had no detection of those two mussels in any of our fresh waters in BC. We have detected them at border crossings. The AGM suggested that we are calling them mussel-fouled boats that we've found at these border crossings. And so we have ordered decontamination in those instances, but no detection at all for zebra or quagga mussels in our fresh waters, which suggests to us, and that means we can't take our foot off the pedal, but that our program is working.
Recognizing the member.
Randomly at a conference, I want to say about a year ago, before I was in this role, the Okanagan Water Board I was talking to them about the Clean Drain Dry at a trade show, and I thought at that particular time they said that they had found mussels specifically at a station in the Okanagan. So can we confirm that that is true, or whether I was mistaken?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. Hopefully this offers the clarification that you're looking for, member. So since 2016, through our inspections, we have found 172 boats that have had mussels on them, or mussel-fouled boats. But we have not found any zebra or quagga mussels in any fresh waters in BC.
Recognizing the member.
Again, a layman not in science. For the 172 boats that are mussel fouled, were any of those zebra or quagmire mussels? Did I get the second one right? Sorry.
Recognizing the
Oh,
minister.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Chair. Short answer is yes, on those mussel-fouled boats, and I made you say it. We have found indication of zebra and quagga mussel fowl on those boats, yeah.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to switch over to species at risk. I have a lot more questions as well in that particular space, but I'm cognizant of the time. So species at risk, I'm wondering if we could have a total of how many red listed and blue listed species we have in BC.
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I'm sorry that took so long for such an easy answer. The number of red listed species in BC is 658 and blue listed is 1,292.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. Looking at a 5-year curve, is that number up, down, or level?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much. So we are going to have to follow up with you to get the trends, whether it's up or down or even, but we can say as a general statement, we are seeing more biodiversity declines in BC. That's why it's so important to stay committed to the 30 by 30 campaign, protecting 30% of our lands and waters by 2030, and other issues that we're also working on now, including the biodiversity and ecosystem health framework.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you able to share what the ministry has budgeted for caribou recovery in 25-26?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. And thank you for the question, Member. We are still working on building our working budget for 2025, 2026, but our budget last year was $8,755,000, and that has stayed fairly consistent. So that's the ballpark number that we're working on this year as well.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. Are you able to share what the total budget for species at risk was for last year, if we're still working on this year, just so I can see comparatively what we're spending on caribou versus all species at risk?
Recognize. Recognizing the minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. For our funding for all species at risk, excluding caribou, last year was just over $4 million, and we're aiming for that ballpark number again this year. 4.07 million, to be exact.
Recognizing the member.
Thank you. So going back to the numbers that we talked about earlier, we have 1,950 red or blue listed species in BC. We're spending 8 million per year on one species and 4 million on the other 1,949. Is that correct?
Recognizing the minister.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the question. So the answers that we gave you about the 4.07 million for the rest of the invasive, or the rest of the species at risk, those are actually just single spending. So the 4 million includes things like spotted owls and those very specific programs on single species. So it's true, yes, we do spend way more on caribou recovery than we do on the other single species like spotted owl and those types. But we also do have spending in other areas that, rather than manage species by species, what we're trying to move to, and what other organizations and ANGOs have told us, is that we need to really take an environment based approach on healing ecosystems instead of just species by species. Okay, good. And Honorable Chair, I move that the committee rise and report progress and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you, Minister. Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion is carried. Thank you, members. This committee stands adjourned.